Go ahead and settle in now. Pull the blanket a little closer. Let your shoulders drop. Let your neck release. There is nothing you need to do tonight. Nowhere you need to be. Just this, a quiet room, a soft voice, and a long, slow journey back through time. Tonight we are going somewhere unexpected. Not to a battlefield. Not to a throne room. Not to any of the places where history has always told us the important things happened. Tonight, we are going somewhere quieter. We are going to the corner of a room, a cold stone room, or a warm cottage room, or a candlelit chamber high in a castle tower. We are going to where a woman sits. She has a spindle in her hand, or a needle, or a shuttle, and she is working. She has been working like this for hours, the way she has worked every day of her life, the way her mother worked before her, the way her daughter will work after her. And here is the thing I want you to hold in your mind tonight, right from the very beginning, before we go anywhere else. What she is making is not decoration. What she is making is not background. What she is making is not a minor, feminine, domestic thing that the real historians can safely skip over while they write about kings and wars and laws. What she is making is language. What she is making is record. What she is making is power. The cloth that moves through her fingers tonight will carry a political message across a kingdom. It will preserve knowledge that no book contains. It will mark a death, celebrate a marriage, seal a promise, tell a story, beg a saint for mercy. It will outlast the woman who made it by 500 years. And almost no one, when they look at it in a museum case, will think to ask her name. That is what tonight is about. Not just the beautiful, intricate, breathtaking textiles of the medieval world, though they are all of those things. Tonight is about the hands that made them, the minds that designed them, the lives, the choices, the constraints, the quiet power of the women who spent their days moving thread through thread and building, slowly, patiently, something that the world could not do without. We have been taught to think of spinning and weaving and needlework as small things, domestic things, things women did while the men made history. But what if that framing is completely wrong? What if the women with the spindles and the needles were not sitting at the edge of history, waiting for something more important to happen? What if they were, in many ways, at the very center of it? Think about this for a moment. In the medieval world, cloth was not cheap. Cloth was not something you picked up easily, replaced without thought, discarded when it wore out. A single length of good woolen cloth represented weeks, sometimes months, of skilled labor. A piece of fine embroidered silk represented years. Cloth was wealth. Cloth was status. Cloth was identity. Cloth was communication in a world where most people could not read. You could tell by looking at a person's clothing almost everything about who they were, their rank, their region, their religion, their marital status, their grief, their ambition. And the people who made cloth, who grew the fiber, cleaned it, combed it, spun it, dyed it, wove it, embroidered it, those people were not peripheral to the medieval economy. They were its backbone. The textile industry was the largest industry in medieval Europe. Larger than metalwork. Larger than construction. Larger than agriculture in many cities. It employed more people, generated more trade, built more wealth, and shaped more towns than almost any other form of production. And at every level of that industry, in the great weaving workshops of Flanders, in the embroidery rooms of English convents, in the silk markets of London, in the cottages of English villages where a woman spun by firelight every evening, women were there, working, producing, creating, and in doing so, quietly and consistently, and across 8 centuries, holding up the world. So tonight, we are going to walk through that world. We are going to start at the very beginning with the act of spinning itself, the most ancient and fundamental of fiber arts, and with what it meant in the medieval imagination to be a woman who spun. We are going to move through the great weaving industries of medieval Europe, where women worked alongside men in conditions that ranged from extraordinary creative freedom to something that looked uncomfortably like exploitation. We are going to step into the embroidery rooms of noble women and nuns, where needles stitched not just silk, but political messages, prayers, memorials, and quiet acts of resistance. We are going to look at the textiles themselves, the Bayeux tapestry, the breathtaking opus Anglicanum, the love tokens and mourning cloths and bridal gifts, and ask not just what they look like, but what they meant, who made them, and what those makers were trying to say. We are going to ask how cloth carried knowledge through generations in a world where women rarely had access to books. And at the end, we are going to sit with the question that I think matters most. Why did we forget so much of this? Why did something so central, so skilled, so economically vital, so politically meaningful, get quietly reclassified as women's work and set aside? This is going to be a long, slow, beautiful journey, and I am so glad you are here for it. If you find yourself wanting to come back to this kind of history, the hidden histories, the overlooked hands, the quiet rooms where important things were made, then please subscribe to Dreamy Ages so you never miss a story. Now, let us begin at the very beginning. Let us begin with a spindle. Picture a woman. Let's call her Marjorie because that is a good, solid English medieval name, and because there were thousands of women named Marjorie in medieval England who did exactly what we are about to describe. Marjorie wakes before dawn. The fire has burned low in the night. She rises without lighting a candle because candles cost money, and the winter light will come eventually. She wraps herself in a wool shawl, wool she spun herself, woven on a loom she has known since childhood, and she reaches for her distaff. The distaff is a long, forked stick. On it, she has wound a mass of prepared wool, combed clean, soft, almost fluffy, the raw material of everything. She tucks the distaff under her arm or into her belt so it is always there, always accessible. Then she picks up her drop spindle, a simple device, a weighted disc on a stick, and begins to twist. She has been doing this since she was 4 years old. She does not think about it the way you or I would think about a skilled task. Her hands do it the way your hands tie a shoelace, with a deep unconscious competence, a physical knowledge older than memory. She will spin for hours today. She will spin while she walks to the well. She will spin while she tends the fire. She will spin while she talks to her neighbor through the doorway. She will spin while she listens to her children argue, while she waits for the bread to rise, while she watches the road for her husband's return. Spinning is not something Marjorie does when she has time. Spinning is something Marjorie does while she does everything else. And this is important, not just as a description of her life, but as an insight into what spinning meant in the medieval world. It was constant. It was woven into the fabric of daily life in a way that almost nothing else was. A medieval household needed a staggering amount of yarn. Cloth for clothing, cloth for bedding, cloth for table linen, cloth for bandages, cloth for the church, cloth for trade. One historian has estimated that to clothe a single family for a year required a woman to spin nearly every day of that year. Not occasionally. Not as a hobby. Every day. And so spinning became inseparable from womanhood itself in the medieval imagination. A woman who was not spinning was a woman who was idle. A woman who was idle was a woman who was morally suspect. The connection was that direct, that explicit, that unforgiving. In medieval conduct literature, books written by clerics and moralists telling women how to live properly, the image of the spinning woman appears again and again as the ideal. The good wife spins. The virtuous woman spins. The wise woman keeps her hands busy and her mind on wholesome things. Eve, in many medieval illustrations, is shown spinning after the fall. Her punishment for eating the apple is to labor, to produce, to make cloth forever. The Virgin Mary is sometimes depicted spinning the thread that will become the veil of the temple. Even in mythology and folklore, the image of the spinning woman carries enormous weight. The three fates of Greek mythology spin the thread of human life, measure it, and cut it. In Norse tradition, the Norns sit at the well of fate and weave the destinies of gods and men. The goddess Frigg spins clouds on her golden distaff. These are not coincidences. The act of spinning, transforming raw, unformed fiber into something strong, usable, structured, was so fundamental, so universal, so obviously important that it became a metaphor for creation itself, for the ordering of chaos, for the female principle at work in the universe. This is the world Marjorie lives inside. She is not just making yarn. She is, in some small and daily way, participating in one of the most ancient and symbolically loaded activities in human culture. and she almost certainly knows it. Let me give you a sense of the scale of what Marjorie's hands are contributing to. In 13th century England, the wool trade was the engine of the entire national economy. England exported raw wool to the great weaving cities of Flanders and Italy in such quantities that the Lord Chancellor of England still sits to this day on a cushion called the woolsack, a reminder of the commodity that made the medieval kingdom rich. But raw wool does not become cloth by itself. Between the sheep's back and the finished woven length of fabric lies an enormous amount of human labor. The fleece has to be washed, picked clean of vegetable matter, combed or carded to align the fibers, spun into yarn, pleated into thread of the correct thickness and twist, then woven, then fulled, beaten, and shrunk in water to tighten the weave, then dried, stretched, raised, and sheared to produce a smooth nap, then often dyed. Every single one of those stages in the domestic economy was primarily the work of women, and the dyeing, which sounds like a single step, a single moment of color, was itself a world of knowledge so complex that it deserves its own moment of quiet recognition. Medieval dyes were not simple. They were not the chemical dyes of the industrial era, applied in a predictable, standardized process. They were living chemistry, organic, variable, dependent on the minerals in the local water, the season in which the plant material was harvested, the mordant, the mineral salt used to fix the dye to the fiber, and the practiced eye of the dyer reading the bath. Red came from madder root, from the crushed bodies of Kermes insects, from expensive imported Brazil wood. Blue came from woad grown across the fields of Europe, with its characteristic sharp fermented smell rising from the processing vats. Yellow from weld, from onion skins, from the flowers of dyer's greenweed. Black from oak galls and iron water. Green from overdyeing, blue laid first, yellow laid over it, the two combined by a dyer who understood their interaction. The knowledge of how to achieve a specific, reliable, beautiful color was not written down in any book Marjorie could read. It lived in the hands and the memory of the women who had learned the trade from their mothers and grandmothers. In the accumulated empirical wisdom of what worked and what didn't, what turned a vat sour and what kept it sweet, what made a color fast against light and washing, and what made it fade by spring. Marjorie knows some of this. She knows that the stream at the edge of the village runs with particular minerals that make the local madder produce a warm rust rather than a clear red. She knows that the weld she cuts in August gives a richer yellow than the weld cut in June. This knowledge is not remarkable to her. It is simply what a woman knows. But to us, looking back, it is part of a vast, sophisticated, practical science that medieval women carried in their heads and their hands across generations. Knowledge that was never called knowledge. Science that was never called science. Because it belonged to the domestic sphere. Because it belonged to women. and therefore fell outside every category of learning that the medieval world considered worth recording. We will come back to that thought, the thought of knowledge preserved inside cloth, passed hand to hand rather than page to page, later tonight. For now, let us return to Marjorie and to a word I have been building toward. There is a word I want to spend a moment with because it carries more history than almost any other word connected to this topic. The word is spinster. Today, spinster means an unmarried woman of a certain age, and the word is not kind. It carries a faint but unmistakable suggestion of failure, of loneliness, of being left behind. But that is not where the word comes from. In medieval English, a spinster was simply a woman who spun. That was the whole of it. A woman whose primary occupation, whose trade, whose identity, whose contribution to her household's economy was spinning. The word appears in medieval legal documents as a formal occupational designation, the way we might write teacher or farmer or merchant. Johanna Spinster, Alice Spinster. A name and a trade, recorded in a court roll or a parish register, as matter of fact as any other. What happened to the word, how it drifted from occupational title to social stigma, is itself a small, sad history. As the textile industry changed, as spinning moved from individual households into larger commercial operations, and then much later into mechanized factories, the woman who spun at home became something of an anachronism. An unmarried woman who had no husband to maintain her and who supported herself by spinning, by the oldest, lowest paid form of textile work, became, gradually, a figure of pity. The word hardened around her, took on the shape of her loneliness as the world saw it. And so a word that once meant skilled worker, essential contributor, keeper of the household economy, became an insult. That transformation tells us something important. It tells us how thoroughly the value of this work was erased once the world no longer needed it done in the same way. But in Marjorie's time, in the long medieval centuries before that transformation, spinster was not an insult. It was a description. It was, in its way, a title. Now, spinning was only the beginning. Once the yarn existed, it had to become cloth. In cloth making, the actual process of interlacing threads on a loom was a different order of labor entirely. Where spinning could be done in fragments, woven into the spaces between other tasks, weaving required concentration. It required a dedicated space. It required a loom, which was a significant piece of equipment, expensive to own, space-consuming, not easily moved. In the early medieval period, before the introduction of the horizontal treadle loom from the continent, the most common loom in Northern Europe was the warp-weighted loom. A great wooden frame leaned against a wall. Vertical threads hanging from the top beam, weighted at the bottom with clay or stone loom weights to keep them taut. The weaver stood at the frame and worked the horizontal weft thread back and forth with her hands, lifting alternating sets of warp threads with a shed rod to create the interlacing pattern. It was slow. It was physically demanding. Hours of standing, reaching, lifting. It required the weaver to hold the entire structure of the cloth in her mind as she worked. The pattern, the tension, the count of threads, the width of the weave. This is not simple work. This is not mindless work. Weaving on a warp-weighted loom produces cloth that archaeologists and textile historians have spent decades trying to replicate and still cannot fully match. The precision of Viking-age textiles, the evenness of Anglo-Saxon wool cloth, the extraordinary complexity of some early medieval pattern weaves, these are the products of minds that were working, calculating, planning, solving problems in 3 dimensions in real time with their hands. In the Norse world, the woman who wove well was considered to possess a valuable and somewhat mysterious competence. The Old Norse word for a woman's private domain, her bower, her household space, is connected etymologically to weaving. The loom was hers. The cloth was hers. And in a world where cloth was wealth, this was not a trivial ownership. There are Old Norse sagas in which women use cloth as a form of political communication, sending specific textiles as coded messages, or using the act of weaving as a frame for prophecy and fate. In the Dorado, a poem preserved in Njal saga, Valkyries weave the outcome of the Battle of Clontarf on a loom strung with human entrails and weighted with human skulls. This is myth, of course. But myth reflects the symbolic weight a culture assigns to its practices. The Norse associated weaving so deeply with power, with fate, with the ordering of what would happen, that when they imagined the forces that governed battle and death, they imagined them weaving. Think about what that means. The most powerful forces in the universe, in the Norse imagination, were doing what the women of the household did every day. Not wielding sword, not casting spells, weaving. And it was not only the Norse who made this connection. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and craft, is associated with weaving just as surely as with warfare. The two are never separated in her iconography. Helen of Troy weaves a tapestry depicting the Trojan War while it is still being fought, a woman recording in cloth the catastrophe that her presence, they said, had caused. And Penelope, waiting in Ithaca, weaves and unweaves her shroud for 3 years as a form of resistance that the world has been underestimating ever since. The image of the woman at the loom runs through Western literature and mythology like a thread that refuses to end. It appears because it was true. Because for the women of the ancient and medieval world, the loom was where you spent your days, and where your days, when looked at whole, became something larger than themselves. As the medieval period progressed and the horizontal treadle loom became more widespread across Europe, a more efficient machine, allowing the weaver to sit rather than stand and to work more quickly, the economics of cloth production shifted. Weaving became faster. Cloth became more available. And the scale of the textile industry began to grow in ways that would reshape entire cities. That story, the story of the great medieval cloth towns, the guild systems, the professional weavers of Flanders and England and Italy, is where we are going next. Because the women who had always spun and woven in their homes did not disappear when cloth production went commercial. They went to work. And what happened to them there is a history that has been, for too long, quietly overlooked. In the great weaving cities of medieval Europe, Bruges, Ghent, Ypres, Florence, Norwich, Winchester, cloth was everything. It was the reason the city existed, the reason merchants grew rich, the reason wars were fought over trade routes and wool supplies. And at the heart of those cities, in long workshops called weaving sheds, or in the warrens of artisan houses that lined the narrow medieval streets, thousands of men and women worked from first light to last light, turning fiber into the cloth that clothed a continent. Let's go to London in the year 1300. Not to the court, not to the cathedral, not to the tower. Let's go to Cheapside, to the part of the city where the silk merchants have their stalls and workshops. The street smells of dye, wode and madder and weld, blue and red and yellow, the colors blooming in wooden vats outside the workshops and staining everything, the water in the gutter, the hands of the workers, the very air around the stalls. And here, in a workshop on this street, a woman named Isabella, we know her name because she appears in a city record, one of the few times women like her are recorded at all, is working. She is a silk woman. That is her title, her trade, her identity. She buys raw silk, she processes it, she sells the finished product. She is not working for a husband or a father. She is working for herself, under her own name, with her own contracts and her own customers. She is, in the modern sense of the word, an independent businesswoman, and she is not unusual. The silk women of medieval London were one of the most remarkable professional groups of the entire medieval period. Largely female, largely independent, operating a trade network that extended from the silk-producing regions of Italy and the Levant all the way to the noble women and wealthy merchants of England who were their primary customers. They were skilled processors as well as traders. They threw and twisted raw silk into workable thread, braided and plaited it into ribbons and decorative trimmings, wove small items like purses and headbands on small handheld tablet looms. They understood the material with the deep physical intimacy of people who had worked with it for years, who knew by the feel of a thread between their fingers whether it was good quality or poor, whether it would take dye cleanly or streak, whether it would hold its twist under tension or slip. And they were organized. In 1368, the silk women of London petitioned the mayor of London against foreign competition, specifically against Lombard merchants who they claimed were undercutting their prices and importing inferior goods. This is a formal legal document, a collective political action taken by women in 1368. They knew their trade, they knew their rights, and they were willing to use the legal mechanisms of the city to defend both. This petition did not make it into most history books. The silk women of London did not make it into most history books. But they were there working and organizing and competing and surviving in the heart of one of the most commercially active cities in the medieval world. They are one of the clearest examples of something that surprises many people when they first encounter it. Medieval women, under the right circumstances, could exercise a great deal of economic power. Not everywhere. Not always. The guild system, the network of trade associations that regulated most skilled occupations in medieval towns, was deeply ambivalent about women. In some guilds, women were full members. In others, they were permitted to work alongside their husbands but had no independent status. In others, they were excluded almost entirely. The rules varied by city, by craft, by century. In Paris, women could belong to certain guilds, including several textile guilds, as full members in their own right. Records from 13th century Paris show women listed as masters in the guilds of silk spinners, ribbon weavers, and hat makers. A master in the guild system was the highest level, the person who ran the workshop, trained the apprentices, set the prices, controlled the quality. These were not marginal positions. In Florence, the situation was more complicated. The great cloth guilds of Florence, the Arte della Lana, the Wool Guild, and the Arte di Calimala, the Finishers Guild, were among the most powerful institutions in the city. They had their own courts, their own prisons, their own diplomatic relationships with foreign powers, and they were dominated by men. Women worked in the Florentine cloth industry in huge numbers, but primarily in the lower paid, lower status tasks, carding, combing, spinning. The skilled weaving and the merchant activities were largely male. This division, women in the preliminary stages, men in the finishing and selling, appears across the medieval textile industry with depressing consistency. There are exceptions, as there always are, but the pattern is real. The labor was often feminized at its lowest paid and most labor-intensive end, and masculinized at the level where profit and authority accumulated. A woman might spend 12 hours a day carding wool in a Florentine workshop, processing the fiber that would eventually become a wealthy merchant's finest cloth. Her name would not appear in the guild records. Her wage would not be recorded. Her contribution would be invisible in every official account of how Florentine cloth was made. And yet without her, without the thousands of women like her, the cloth could not exist. Think about that the next time someone tells you that women's work was separate from the great economic engines of medieval Europe. It was not separate. It was the engine. The silk women of London, operating in a relatively open niche that had not yet been colonized by powerful male guilds, managed to carve out something genuinely remarkable. Let us stay with Isabella a little longer, because her story opens into the wider world of what it meant to be an independent woman in the medieval cloth trade. Isabella wakes early, as all working Londoners do. Her workshop is also her home, a narrow building with the workroom on the ground floor and her sleeping quarters above. The ground floor smells of silk. She has bolts of fabric stacked along one wall, and in the corner, a small frame loom on which she or her apprentice can work on narrow silk ribbon. She has 2 apprentices, young women from London families who have been placed with her to learn the trade. This is how the silkwomen's knowledge passes on. Not through formal schools, not through written manual. Through apprenticeship, through the hand, teaching the hand, through a woman showing another woman how to judge the quality of raw silk by touch, how to detect a weak thread before it becomes a flaw in the finished cloth, how to negotiate with a Genoese merchant without appearing to be negotiating at all. Today she has a meeting with a customer, a merchant's wife who wants trimming for a new gown and possibly a commission for a silk purse embroidered. Isabella knows what the merchant's wife wants before she walks in. She knows what colors are fashionable this year, what patterns the aristocracy has been wearing, what a woman of that social position needs to signal to the world about who she is and what she can afford. Isabella's work is not just technical. It is social intelligence. It is reading the unspoken language of cloth and status and desire and translating it into something she can make and sell. This knowledge, the deep, sophisticated, commercially valuable understanding of cloth as social communication, is something Isabella has spent her whole adult life developing. And it is worth, in the end, more than any single piece of silk she has ever woven. Because what the silkwomen of London understood, better than almost anyone, is that cloth in the medieval world was never only cloth. It was always also meaning. The merchant's wife who comes through Isabella's door wants a silk purse, yes. But more than that, she wants what the silk purse communicates. She wants the whisper of status that comes with fine materials, expertly made. She wants to walk into a room and have her clothing say something about her before she speaks a word. That language, the language of cloth, is what Isabella sells. And it is what the women of this script made and maintained and passed down in workshops and cottages and great embroidery rooms across the whole long span of the medieval centuries. The guild system, for all its complexities, did offer some women real protections. In many English towns, a woman whose husband was a guild member could, upon his death, take over his workshop and his guild membership, carrying on the business under her own authority. These women were known as femmes souls, women alone, women acting independently in commercial law. A femme soul could sue and be sued in her own name. She could sign contracts. She could own property. She was, in the eyes of commercial law, an independent person. This status did not apply to married women in most circumstances. A married woman's legal identity was largely subsumed into her husband's. But the widow who kept the workshop going, who maintained the trade connections and trained the apprentices and delivered the cloth on time, she had a form of economic personhood that her married self had not been entitled to. This is one of the stranger paradoxes of medieval women's lives. Death, specifically, the death of a husband, could be a form of liberation. Not because grief was not real, not because the loss was not devastating, but because the law that had rendered a woman legally invisible for the duration of her marriage stepped back temporarily when she became a widow. And some women, the records suggest more than a few, built significant enterprises on the foundation of that brief legal opening. They took the workshop they had always half run anyway, while their husband was alive, and made it fully their own. They expanded. They hired. They traded. They left businesses in their wills to daughters and to other women. They created, in the narrow spaces that the law allowed them, something that looked remarkably like professional independence. This is the world of the medieval cloth trade. Complicated, contradictory, sometimes exploitative, sometimes extraordinarily empowering, filled with women whose names we have mostly lost, doing work that we have mostly forgotten to describe as skill. But the women we have been looking at today, the spinners, the weavers, the silk women of London, the guild widows who kept workshops alive, all of them were working with their hands in service of an industry. Commercial cloth, everyday cloth, the cloth that clothed a city. And there was another kind of cloth being made in the medieval world. Cloth that was not for wearing. Cloth that was for telling stories, making arguments, recording history, sending messages that could not safely be spoken aloud. Cloth that hung on the walls of great halls and cathedral naves. Cloth that took years to make and centuries to survive. Cloth that we still stand in front of today in hushed museum galleries and feel the pull of something we cannot quite name. That cloth and the hands that made it is where we are going next. There is a building in Bayeux, in the Normandy region of northern France, that holds one of the most extraordinary objects in the world. You may have seen photographs of it. You may have studied it in a history class briefly before the lesson moved on to something the textbook considered more important. But I want you to think about it differently tonight. I want you to think about it not as a historical artifact, not as a document of the Norman conquest, not as the famous thing it has become after 9 centuries of being famous. I want you to think about it as a piece of work, as an object that someone made. The Bayeux tapestry, though technically it is an embroidery, not a tapestry, is approximately 70 meters long and 50 centimeters wide. It tells the story of the Norman conquest of England in 1066, the events leading up to it, the crossing of the Channel, the Battle of Hastings, the death of Harold with an arrow allegedly in his eye. It is stitched in 8 colors of wool thread on a ground of linen. It contains more than 600 human figures, almost 200 horses, 55 dogs, 49 trees, and hundreds of ships, buildings, weapons, and animals. Every inch of it was made by hand. Every stitch was placed by a human finger, guided by a human eye, in service of a human intention. And the question of whose fingers, whose eyes, whose intention, that question is more interesting and more unresolved than most people realize. The traditional attribution holds that the Bayeux tapestry was commissioned by Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, who was William the Conqueror's half-brother, and that it was made in England, probably in Canterbury, probably in the 1070s. This is the scholarly consensus, and it is reasonably well supported. But who actually made it? who sat down with the linen and the wool and the needles and stitched 70 meters of history. The embroidery itself is technically sophisticated, but not at the absolute highest level of medieval needlework skill. It is the work of people who were very good at what they did, confident, quick, consistent, but who were working at speed on a large-scale project, rather than producing the kind of painstaking, jewel-like work that characterized the finest medieval ecclesiastical embroidery. Most historians believe it was made in a professional workshop, and in the Canterbury of the 1070s, the most likely candidates for professional embroidery workshop workers were women. Women attached to the cathedral or working in the artisan community of the city. Women whose names, with very few exceptions, were not recorded. Let that settle for a moment. The Bayeux Tapestry, one of the most studied, most reproduced, most recognized historical objects in the Western world, was almost certainly made by women whose names we do not know. It was designed, in all probability, by a man or men. The narrative, the political message, the choice of scenes, these decisions were almost certainly made by Odo or by someone in his circle. But the physical act of making the thing, the hands that held the needles, the eyes that followed the threads, the fingers that counted stitches and corrected mistakes and worked for hours every day over what must have been months, possibly years, those hands almost certainly belonged to women. We have the object. We have lost the makers. And I think that is one of the most striking facts about the medieval textile world. The products survived. The women mostly did not. Not in the records. Not in the histories. Not in the tour guide scripts that tell visitors about the Bayeux Tapestry every day in Normandy. But let us think about what it meant to make something like this, because I think we underestimate it. An embroidery project of this scale was not simply a technical exercise. It was an act of narrative construction. Whoever planned the Bayeux Tapestry, whether we credit the designer, the commissioner, or the embroiderers who may have contributed their own interpretive choices along the way, was engaged in the work of telling a story, of selecting which moments to represent and which to omit, of deciding how large Harold should be in the frame relative to William, of choosing what to put in the borders, the strange, suggestive, sometimes bawdy and sometimes mysterious images that run along the top and bottom of the main narrative, full of animals and fables and scenes that have puzzled scholars for centuries. The borders of the Bayeux Tapestry are, in some ways, more interesting than the main narrative. They contain images that do not belong to the official story. Animals from Aesop's fables, which in the medieval tradition were often used to make oblique moral commentary. Scenes of everyday rural life, plowing, harvesting, hunting. A naked couple in one corner that no one has ever fully explained. These borders were not separate from the embroiderer's work. They were part of it. And the question of whether some of those border images represent the covert commentary of the women who made the tapestry, their own quiet response to the official Norman triumph they were stitching into history, is a question that scholars have not fully resolved. We cannot know for certain, but it is not an unreasonable question. It is the kind of question we should be asking, because women who were skilled and intelligent and working for months on a project that told the story of a conquest they may not have felt entirely comfortable celebrating, those women were not passive instruments. They were people. They had opinions. And needlework in the medieval world was one of the few places where those opinions could be expressed with some degree of deniability. A political speech could be treasonous. A letter could be confiscated. A conversation could be reported. But a border image on an embroidery, difficult to prove intent, difficult to prosecute a needle. Now, I want to move from the great public scale of the Bayeux tapestry to something more intimate, more personal, and in some ways more heartbreaking. Because there is another embroiderer in medieval history whose work carries a very different kind of political weight and whose story is one of the most quietly devastating examples of the power of needle and thread that I know. Her name is Mary, Queen of Scots. You know her story, or some version of it. She was born in 1542, became Queen of Scotland at 6 days old, was raised at the French court, married the French Dauphin, was widowed young, returned to Scotland, to a kingdom riven by religious conflict, married badly twice, was implicated, rightly or wrongly, in the murder of her second husband, lost her throne, fled to England to seek refuge with her cousin Elizabeth I, and spent the next 19 years as a prisoner. 18 years. She entered English custody in 1568. She was executed in 1587. And in those 19 years of imprisonment in a series of castles and manor houses across the English Midlands, comfortable enough by the standards of political imprisonment, but still, always, captivity, Mary embroidered. She embroidered constantly, compulsively almost. With her lady-in-waiting, Bess of Hardwick, whose own needlework skills were formidable, Mary produced a staggering quantity of embroidery. Cushion covers, panels, hangings, small items that could be sent as gifts to English courtiers whose support she hoped to cultivate. Pieces that were designed to be admired, to be noticed, to keep Mary's name circulating in the networks of English aristocratic society even while her body was kept firmly out of it. Some of the embroideries were straightforward, decorative, pretty, the kind of thing a nobly born woman was expected to produce. But others were different. Others were full of the kind of imagery that medieval people used when they wanted to say something they could not say directly. Emblems and devices and symbols that carried meanings known to the educated eye. A pruned vine with the motto Virescit vulnere virtus, virtue flourishes by wounding. A graft being made in a royal tree. A hand from the clouds holding a pruning knife with a motto about cutting away what is false. Mary was a prisoner with no army, no treasury, no formal political power. She could not make speeches. She could not write pamphlets. She could not lobby Parliament. But she could stitch. And what she stitched was not decoration. It was a sustained, patient, meticulously coded argument for her own legitimacy. A political campaign conducted in silk and wool in the margins of the only activity her captors could not take from her. Mary understood something that the powerful have always been slow to recognize about the people they confine. That you can take away liberty, you can take away authority, you can take away almost everything, but you cannot take away what a person makes with her hands if what she makes is small enough and beautiful enough and sufficiently difficult to object to. The needle in Mary's hands was not a pastime. It was a weapon. Slow, patient, plausibly deniable, and aimed always at survival. Now, let us step back from these two very different examples and think about the broader world of medieval embroidery. Because the Bayeux tapestry and Mary Queen of Scots represent two extremes of the embroidery tradition, the large-scale public narrative work and the intimate personal political statement. Between them lies an enormous range of textile production that shaped the visual and material culture of the medieval world in ways we are still living with. The great ecclesiastical embroidery tradition of medieval England, known in its finest form as Opus Anglicanum, English work, was one of the most admired art forms in Europe for nearly 3 centuries, from roughly 1200 to 1350. Opus Anglicanum was embroidery of almost incomprehensible technical sophistication. It used split-stitch and underside couching techniques that allowed the silk threads to catch the light as the wearer moved, creating an effect that contemporaries described as shimmering, as though the cloth itself were alive. The figures stitched in Opus Anglicanum, saints, angels, scenes from scripture and legend, have a quality of life that still strikes viewers today. Their faces are expressive. Their drapery moves. Their eyes follow you. This was not accidental. The embroiderers of Opus Anglicanum were not simply following templates, though they did work from designs prepared by professional artists. They were translating those designs into a medium that had its own demands and its own possibilities, and they understood those demands and possibilities at a level of expertise that took years to develop. At its most refined, Opus Anglicanum was produced in professional workshops, almost certainly employing both men and women, concentrated in London. These workshops received commissions from across Europe, from the Pope in Rome, from kings and queens, from great cathedrals and abbeys. In the inventories of the papal treasury from the 13th century, English embroidery appears again and again as among the most prized possessions. A cope, a large semicircular liturgical cloak, might take 2 years to complete and cost as much as a small house. The people who made these objects were not hobbyists. They were highly skilled professional artists working in an internationally recognized tradition, producing objects that the most powerful institutions in Christendom were willing to pay enormous sums to own. And then the Black Death came. Between 1348 and 1350, roughly a third to half of England's population died. The embroidery workshops were gutted. The masters and the apprentices and the skilled workers who had spent decades developing the particular techniques of Opus Anglicanum, they died, many of them, in numbers that the workshops could not recover from. The tradition did not disappear entirely, but the highest level of skill The extraordinary refinement that had made English embroidery the envy of Europe for a century and a half was never fully recaptured. What we have left in museum cases and church treasuries across Europe are the survivors. The copes and dalmatics and altar fronts that were treasured enough to be maintained and preserved through centuries of war, reformation, revolution, and neglect. The Sion cope, now in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, a vast semicircle of linen entirely covered in silk embroidery, depicting scenes of the Last Judgment and the lives of the apostles, dating from around 1300. The Clare chasuble, the Butler Bowden cope. Objects of such extraordinary technical accomplishment that textile historians who study them today, who have spent their careers working with fiber and thread, sometimes describe the experience of examining them at close range as genuinely humbling. Because what you see when you look closely is not the work of someone following a template with mechanical obedience. You see decisions. You see the embroiderer choosing to angle the threads here, not there. Choosing to add a highlight that is not in the design drawing because the light falls differently in 3 dimensions than it does on a flat pattern. Choosing how to handle the edge of a saint's robe where it disappears behind another figure, solving in real time a spatial problem that the designer working in a different medium may not have fully anticipated. These are the choices of a person who understands what they are making, who is not an instrument of someone else's vision, but a creative collaborator with their own expertise, their own eye, their own judgment. We do not know most of their names. We know the names of some of the women who ran the workshops. We know the names of the clients who commissioned the work. We do not know the people who actually made it. And here is what I find so striking about that silence. These objects are some of the most technically accomplished works of art to survive from the medieval period. Their makers were, by any reasonable measure, artists of the highest order, working in a medium that required years of dedicated training, sustained concentration, deep material knowledge, and aesthetic intelligence. And their anonymity is not a historical accident. It is the predictable and consistent result of a world in which the creative labor of women, however skilled, however admired in the finished product, was rarely considered worth recording as authorship. The object was kept. The maker was not. But here is what I keep coming back to, in the end. The women who made these objects were not naive about the rules of their world. They knew, without being told, that their names would not be attached to what they made. They had grown up in a world that made that very clear, and they made it anyway. Not grudgingly, not minimally, with full technical commitment, with evident pride, with a level of artistry that speaks across 8 centuries of silence and says, quietly but unmistakably, we were here, and we were skilled, and what we made was beautiful. That is not a small thing. That is a very particular kind of human dignity. The choice, made daily, made in every careful stitch, to make something excellent, even in the full knowledge that your name would not be attached to it. To make beauty for its own sake, or for God's sake, or for the sake of the woman who would wear the cope and feel the weight of the stitched silk on her shoulders. Not for credit, not for attribution, just because the work was worth doing well. I find that in the quietest and most honest part of what I do here genuinely moving. And it is, in the end, at the heart of everything we are exploring tonight. But the story of medieval women and textiles does not end with the public and the political. It runs deeper than that. Because cloth was not only made in workshops and embroidery rooms and professional studios, it was made in bedrooms and chapels, at sickbeds and gravesides. It was made in the private, intimate spaces where women lived out their emotional lives, their loves, their losses, their faith, their grief. And in those spaces, the textiles that were made were not for courts or cathedrals. They were for the people closest to the maker's heart. And what those textiles carried, the prayers and the love and the sorrow stitched into cloth that was never meant for any eye but God's, that is a history we are only beginning to recover. It is the history we are walking into next. There is a particular kind of object that turns up now and then in the storage rooms of museums and cathedral treasuries. Not on display, not under glass with a label and a spotlight. Just kept, carefully folded in acid-free tissue or laid in a wooden box lined with velvet or wrapped in linen and placed at the back of a shelf where the temperature stays cool and the light does not reach. A small piece of embroidered cloth. A fragment sometimes. Sometimes a complete object, a purse, a pouch, a small panel, a square of linen covered so densely in tiny silk stitches that the ground fabric is almost invisible beneath them. Most of these objects do not have names attached. They have dates, approximate. They have provenance, partial. They have descriptions in catalog entries that are careful and dry and say almost nothing about what the object actually is, which is this: something a woman made because someone she loved was going to die, or had just died, or because she herself was afraid of dying, or because the love she felt for a person had nowhere else to go. Tonight we are going into that space. The private space, the interior space, the space where cloth was not made for courts or commerce or politics or posterity, but for the raw and urgent and very human needs that do not show up in official records. Grief, prayer, love. The need to make something with your hands when there is nothing else you can do. Let me begin with a woman. Her name is Eleanor, and she is a fiction, but she is made from 100 real women whose traces survive in medieval wills and household accounts and church records and the objects themselves. Eleanor is a noble woman living in England in approximately 1280. She has been married for 20 years to a man she did not choose but has come to rely on in the particular way that people who share a life and a household and children come to rely on each other, not always with tenderness, sometimes with friction, but with the deep structural intimacy of two lives that have grown into the same shape. Her husband is dying. He has been ill for 3 months, and the physician has said what physicians said in the 13th century. which is to pray and to wait. Eleanor does both, but she is also doing something else. Every evening, after the household has settled and the candles have been brought and her husband is resting, she sits in the chair nearest the window where the last light lasts longest, and she embroiders. She is making a small altar cloth for the chapel, not a grand commission, not something intended for the great churches that her family has endowed. Something small enough to hold in her lap, something whose scale is intimate, human, personal. She is stitching the Virgin and Child. She has stitched this image before. It is the image she knows best, the image she returns to when she needs something from her needle that she cannot name. But this time she is putting something into the figure of the Virgin that she has never put there before. She is giving the Virgin her own face, not recognizably, not in a way anyone else would see it, just in the set of the shoulders and in the quality of the gaze. That particular way of looking at something you love that already contains the knowledge of loss. This is Eleanor's prayer, not spoken, not kneeling in the chapel with the cold stone under her knees, stitched, made with her hands in the language she has spoken since she was a child. The language of thread and needle and cloth, addressed to the woman who, of all the figures in the Christian world, Eleanor believes most fully understands what it is to love someone and watch them leave. This is what I mean when I say that cloth carried the emotional life of medieval women, not as metaphor, as literal fact. Medieval women used textile work as a primary medium for the expression of feeling, not because they were denied other means, though sometimes they were, but because textile work was the medium they had mastered, the medium they had spoken all their lives, the medium that responded to their hands with the directness and the intimacy of a trusted language. When you have been spinning since you were 4 years old, when the feel of thread between your fingers is as natural as speech, when the movements of your hands at the loom or the embroidery frame are so deeply learned that they do not require attention, then that work opens a space, a quiet interior space where thought moves differently, where feeling can be held and examined and slowly, patiently transformed into something visible, something that exists outside you, something that can outlast you. The medieval church understood this, at least partly. The enormous quantity of embroidered and woven textiles donated to churches across medieval Europe, altar clothes, vestment pieces, decorative hangings, canopies, cushions, curtains for the rood screen, represents an economy of devotion that is staggering in its scale. And much of it came from women. Not because women were required to donate textiles to the church, but because the making of something beautiful and giving it to God was one of the most available forms of religious expression that medieval women had. A woman could not preach. She could not, in most circumstances, lead the liturgy. She could not commission a great stone window on the same terms that her husband could without his cooperation. But she could sit down with her needle and her silk and make something that would hang above the altar every Sunday for the rest of her life and longer. something that would be touched by the priest's hands, something that would catch the light of the candles during the elevation of the host, something that would be present in the most holy space in her world long after she was gone. This is not a minor form of religious expression. This is not the devotional equivalent of a small coin in the collection box. This is a major act of sacred investment, of time, of skill, of intention, of self, and the Church recognized it as such. Medieval wills are one of the most revealing documents we have for understanding how medieval women thought about the textiles they made, because wills record what women chose to do with their possessions at the end of their lives. And again and again and again, in wills from across medieval Europe, women leave textiles to churches, not as residual afterthought bequests, as specific, named, carefully described gifts. To the altar of Saint Margaret, my great altar cloth, worked in red and blue with the figure of the saint on the left side. To the chapel of Our Lady, the green silk hanging I made in the year of the flood, which I have kept all my life. To the high altar, the cloth my mother began and I finished, which has never been used, which I have kept in cedar. These are not impersonal donations. These are the objects of a lifetime. Objects that were made with intention, kept with care, and given with the full weight of personal meaning. The woman who left her mother's unfinished cloth to the high altar knew something about completion, about the satisfaction of finishing what the previous generation had started, about the continuity of women's labor across time, about what it means to place the work of 2 lifetimes into the hands of the sacred. And the Church kept them, though not forever, and not all of them. The Reformation swept through England and much of Northern Europe in the 16th century and destroyed an extraordinary quantity of medieval religious textile. Vestments were burned. Altar cloths were torn down. Embroidered hangings were used as horse blankets and cleaning rags and eventually fell apart. The loss is almost incalculable. But enough survived in hidden places and Catholic strongholds in the great cathedrals of southern Europe to give us a sense of what was there, of how much women had made, of how completely the walls and altars and doorways of the medieval church had been clothed in the labor of female hands. Now, if prayer was one emotional register of medieval women's textile work, love was another. And the love token, the small, intimate, carefully made textile gift exchanged between people who mattered to each other, is one of the most quietly human objects in the medieval material record. Think of a handkerchief. In the modern world, a handkerchief is a fairly utilitarian object. In the medieval world, a handkerchief, or a silk ribbon, or a small embroidered glove, or a woven purse, given by a woman to a man she loved, was a charged and significant thing. It was something she had made with her own hand. Something that had required hours, possibly days, of careful work. Something she had held close to her body while she made it. Something that carried, in some sense that medieval people took quite seriously, the trace of her attention and her intention. To give someone a textile you had made was to give them something of yourself, not symbolically, Actually, your time, your skill, your thought, your hands, all of that was in the object. And the person who received it knew it. The conventions of courtly love, which dominated the aristocratic culture of medieval Europe from roughly the 12th century onward, were deeply entangled with textile gifts. A knight going to a tournament might carry his lady's favor, a ribbon, a veil, a piece of embroidered silk tied to his helmet or his lance. This favor was not merely decorative. It was a statement. It said, "This woman is real, and her attachment to me is real, and I carry her work into whatever I do today." The tournaments in which such favors were displayed were theatrical events, highly formalized performances of prowess and allegiance, and the textiles were part of the theater. But the making of those textiles was not theater. The making happened in private, in the long hours of a winter afternoon, with cold fingers and a careful eye and the full knowledge that this small thing was going somewhere important, carrying a meaning the maker could not speak aloud. Let me tell you about a specific kind of textile gift that appears in the medieval record in ways that I find particularly moving. The love token worked in hair. Medieval women sometimes incorporated their own hair into embroideries, weaving it into the design, couching it as a thread, using it as an accent on a figure's head. This was not unusual. It was understood. The person who received an embroidery with the maker's hair in it was receiving something irrefutable, something that could not be duplicated, could not be faked, could not be made by anyone else in the world. A literal piece of the person who loved them. We have surviving examples, not many, but some, of medieval textiles that contain human hair worked into the embroidery. Most of them have been in institutional collections for centuries, their original donors long forgotten. But the hair is still there, still woven in. Still, in some biological sense, the same hair that grew on the head of a woman who lived 700 years ago, who made this thing for someone she loved, who cut a piece of herself and put it in the cloth so that the person who held it would always, always know it was real. I find that almost unbearably tender. The intimacy of it, the specificity, the quiet refusal of abstraction, not a symbol of love. The actual hair of the person who felt it. And then there was the other end of love's long arc. Grief. The medieval world had a complex and well-developed material culture of mourning, and textiles were central to it. When a person died, their body was wrapped in cloth. The quality, color, and fabric of that wrapping communicated their social status one last time. Fine linen for the noble, rough wool for the poor, the habit of a religious order for those who had made profession, silk for the very wealthy. And the preparation of the burial cloth was, very often, women's work. A woman might spin and weave the linen that would be used to shroud her husband's body, might embroider it with particular care, a cross at the heart, a border of vine leaves, the name of God in a script learned from her mother, might sit up through the night before the burial, making something final and complete and beautiful for a body that would go into the ground in the morning. This is not morbid. In the medieval understanding of death and the afterlife, the care taken with a body and its wrappings was spiritually meaningful. The burial cloth was the last gift you could give, the last act of love that could be expressed in cloth, and the women who made them knew it. There is also, in the medieval record, a practice that I think deserves more attention than it usually receives. The practice of making something new from the clothing of the dead. A widow might take her husband's best robe, the one he wore for important occasions, the one she had perhaps helped to choose, the one she associated with him at his most alive, and remake it. Turn it into a liturgical vestment, or a hanging for the chapel, or a coverlet for the marriage bed that was now hers alone. This was not waste reduction. This was transformation. It was a way of keeping the dead person present in the room, in the texture of daily life, without the paralysis of grief. It was a way of saying, you are gone, but what you wore still exists, and I have made it into something that will go on serving, go on being beautiful, go on being used. There is an emotional intelligence in this practice that I think we should sit with for a moment. The medieval widow who spent her winter evenings unpicking her husband's robe and remaking it into an altar frontal was not performing grief. She was managing it, using the language she had always used, the language of cloth, to do the slow, necessary work of incorporating loss into the ongoing life of the household, making meaning out of material, continuing to make things, even when making things hurt. There is a category of textile that sits at the intersection of grief and memory and love and faith that I want to end this part of our journey with. The memorial textile. A cloth made not for practical use, not for the church, not for anyone outside the family, but purely as a record, a way of keeping. Let me read you something. Not a direct transcript. I am paraphrasing and condensing because medieval legal Latin does not lend itself to bedtime listening, but the substance of a real document. A will made in the city of York in the year 1395 by a woman named Joanna Hawley, widow. Among the usual provisions for the disposition of land and money, among the bequests to the church and the requests for prayers, Joanna lists her textiles. She leaves to her daughter Margaret a coverlet of blue and tawny silk, which she notes was worked by her own hand in the first year of her widowhood. She leaves to the altar of St. Anne in the Church of All Saints a green embroidered cloth, which she describes as old and notes that her mother made it. She leaves to her youngest son a small needlework panel of the Annunciation, which she says she has kept always beside her bed. And she leaves, finally, to no one, explicitly to no one, with instructions that it be buried with her, a piece of linen embroidery, of which she gives no description, only the instruction that it be placed against her heart in the coffin. I do not know what was on that cloth. Joanna does not say, and no one who knew seems to have recorded it. But the instruction that it be placed against her heart, that it go with her into the ground, tells me everything I need to know about what it meant to her. It was too personal to give away, too intimate to leave to the church, too charged with private meaning to be handed to a daughter who would not understand the full weight of what she was receiving. It was hers, and it was going with her. This is love made tangible. This is grief made into an object so specific and so personal that it could only be kept by the person who made it and could only leave the world with her. Some of these were embroideries that recorded a person's name and the dates of their life, worked into a cloth that was kept in a cedar chest and brought out on anniversaries. Some were more oblique, a piece of embroidery that contained private references, colors and symbols and images that only the maker and the mourner would understand. A flower that was the dead person's favorite. A bird that they had a story about. A color that everyone in the family associated with them for reasons that have not survived in any written record. Think for a moment about what it means to make something like that. To sit down in the weeks after a death with your needle and your silk and begin, not knowing perhaps exactly what you are making, only knowing that your hands need to move, that the silence of the house is not bearable without the sound of your own breath and the small movements of the work, that making something, anything, is the only form of action available to you. And so you begin with a flower, the one he always liked, the one you used to pick from the garden wall in June and leave on the table where he worked. You stitch it in the colors it actually was, not stylized, not symbolic, not the conventional heraldic version. The real colors, the specific pink of those specific petals, and then another flower beside it. And then the bird you hear every morning in the apple tree. And then you realize, slowly, that what you are making is a record, not of a person's official life, not of the things people will say about them at the funeral, the accomplishments and the virtues, a record of the particular, private, daily reality of loving someone, the flowers they liked, the bird they pointed out to you in the tree, the color of the light on a specific afternoon that you will remember for the rest of your life. These private textiles are almost impossible to find now. They were not made for institutions. They were not donated to churches. They were kept in families, passed from mother to daughter, until the family line died out, or moved, or lost everything, and then they disappeared into the ordinary entropy of things not important enough to save. But they existed. They were made in their thousands, in their tens of thousands, across the medieval centuries. Small private monuments to specific people, specific faces, specific lives, kept in cloth in the only archive most medieval women had access to. What I find most striking about all of this, the devotional textiles, the love tokens, the burial cloths, the memorial pieces, is not that medieval women used cloth to express emotion. That part makes a kind of intuitive sense. You use the medium you know. What strikes me is the consistency of it. across regions, across centuries, across class boundaries, from the noble woman stitching silk in her tower chamber to the village woman spinning wool by the fire, there is the same fundamental gesture, the transformation of feeling into cloth, the insistence that what is felt must be made, that love and grief and prayer and hope are not only interior experiences but things that need to exist in the physical world, things that need a material form, things that need to be touchable, holdable, visible, in a world that gave women very limited access to the official forms of record and expression, the legal document, the chronicle, the painted portrait, the stone monument. Cloth was the medium that was always available, always at hand, always capable of holding exactly as much meaning as the maker chose to put into it. And medieval women filled it with everything they knew and everything they felt and everything they wanted to keep. Before we move forward, I want to linger here a little longer, because there is one specific world within the world of medieval devotional textile that deserves its own quiet attention: the world of the convent. In a medieval convent, needlework was not simply an occupation. It was a vocation within a vocation. The women who entered religious life, and they came from every level of medieval society, from the highest nobility to the daughters of modest craftsmen, found in the convent a space that was, by the standards of the medieval world, unusually concentrated in its access to both literacy and skilled textile work. The great Benedictine convents of England, France, and the Rhineland maintained scriptoriums where nuns copied manuscripts. They maintained herb gardens. They maintained schools. And they maintained embroidery workshops of remarkable sophistication. The nuns of Barking Abbey, one of the great Anglo-Saxon foundations, were producing embroidered vestments of high quality centuries before the courtly opus Anglicanum tradition reached its peak. The women of the great German convents, Wessobrunn, Regensburg, Nuremberg, produced illuminated manuscripts and embroidered textiles of a quality that places them among the finest artists of their age. And what is striking when you look at convent textile production as a body of work is how much of it is saturated with individual attention. Convent embroideries are not anonymous in the same way that the commercial workshop products are. They are not mass-produced. They are made slowly by women who had time, the structured, disciplined time of the religious life, to pour themselves into a single object. A cope embroidered by a community of nuns over the course of years, with each sister responsible for a section, is a document of community. Each woman's hand is slightly different. Each section reflects the particular skill and the particular attention of the woman who made it. You can see in the finest convent embroideries the places where one hand ends and another begins, not as a flaw, as a kind of polyphony. Multiple voices, each distinct, contributing to a single sustained work. Hildegard of Bingen, the 12th century abbess and theologian whose range of accomplishments still astonishes, composer, scientist, mystic, playwright, letter writer, preacher, was also a needlewoman. Her community produced vestments. She wrote about the significance of clothing in theological terms, drawing connections between the fabric of the physical world and the fabric of divine creation. For Hildegard, needlework was not a retreat from intellectual life. It was a form of it, an engagement with the material world in its most precise and attentive mode, a way of thinking with the hands about the structure of things. And she was not alone in this. The conjunction of intellectual and textile life in the medieval convent is one of the most consistently undervalued features of medieval women's history. We tend to think of the convent as a place of withdrawal, of silence, of the suppression of individual voice. And it was, in some ways, all of those things. But it was also a place where women worked in sustained and serious ways on objects of genuine complexity, literary, musical, visual, material, without the constant interruption of household management and child rearing that structured the lives of women outside. The abbess who commissioned an embroidery for her convent chapel was making an aesthetic and theological judgment. She was choosing the iconography, deciding what stories the cloth would tell, deciding what colors would surround the altar where her community prayed every day. These are curatorial decisions, creative decisions, decisions that reflect a formed sensibility and a clear intention. We do not always call them that, but we should. Now, there is one last category of devotional textile I want to spend a moment with before we move forward, and that is the textile of the relic. In the medieval understanding of the sacred, physical objects could carry spiritual power. The bones of the saints, the instruments of martyrdom, the garments worn by holy people, these were not merely symbols of holiness. They were, in the medieval theological understanding, points of contact between the ordinary world and the divine. And the clothes that wrapped and contained these relics were themselves drawn into that sacred economy. A piece of cloth that had touched a relic, that had been laid against the bones of a saint, or wrapped around a fragment of the true cross, was believed to carry something of that saint's power. It could be used for healing. It could be carried as protection. It could be left at a shrine in exchange for intercession. These contact relics, brandeia in Latin, were produced and distributed in enormous quantities throughout the medieval period. And the women who prepared them, who cut the cloth, who laid it against the holy object, who wrapped and folded and prepared it for distribution, were participating in the most charged spiritual transactions of their world. They were handling the sacred, literally, with their hands. And the skill with which the cloth was prepared, the care and the reverence and the precision of the folding, the quality of the linen used, these were not incidental to the object's spiritual value. They were woven into it, inseparable from what the cloth was and what it meant. To make something beautifully in the service of the sacred was itself a sacred act. The cloth was as holy as the making, and the making was as holy as the intention. This is the world we have been moving through, a world in which cloth is never merely cloth, in which the act of making is never merely labor, in which the objects that pass from women's hands carry more than wool and silk and thread. They carry time. They carry faith. They carry love. They carry the quiet, stubborn, ineradicable presence of the women who made them. And that brings us somewhere I have been building toward for a while now. Because there is one more thing that cloth carried in the medieval world that we have not yet fully explored. Something that sits between emotion and information. Something that was neither quite prayer nor quite commerce nor quite art, but partook of all three. Medieval cloth carried knowledge. Not metaphorically, practically. In a world where the majority of women could not read or write, where books were expensive and rare and largely inaccessible, where the official channels of learning, the universities, the monasteries, the guild schools were overwhelmingly male spaces, women transmitted knowledge through the medium they controlled. Through cloth, through pattern, through the language of thread, which was older than any alphabet and more widely spoken than any written tongue. And it is the story we are stepping into now, the question of what women encoded in textile, how that knowledge moved through generations, and what extraordinary things it contained. And it is, I think, the most surprising part of this whole long night. In the year 1347, in a village in the wool-producing region of the English Midlands, let us call the village Ashford, though that is not its real name, and let us say it sits in a shallow valley where a small river runs brown in autumn and clear in spring. A woman named Agnes is teaching her daughter to weave. The daughter is 8 years old. Her name is Joan. She has been watching her mother at the loom for as long as she can remember, but this is the first time she has been allowed to sit at it herself, to put her small hands on the beater, to feel the resistance of the warp threads under her fingers. Agnes stands behind her. She does not use words much. She guides Joan's hand. She adjusts the angle of her wrist. She shows her, by example, how much pressure to apply and when to stop. Joan makes mistakes. The weave is uneven. The selvage at the edge curls and needs to be corrected. But Agnes does not take over. She lets Joan feel the problem in her hands before she shows her the solution. This is not pedagogy as we would recognize it. There is no lesson plan. There is no structured curriculum. There is only a woman and a girl and a loom and the slow transfer of knowledge from one body to another. But what is being transferred is not simple. Agnes knows hundreds of patterns. She knows which thread counts produce which structures, which color combinations are stable and which bleed, how to read the tension of the warp by touch before a single weft thread has been laid in. She knows how to produce a twill weave, a herringbone, a diamond pattern, a simple tablet woven border with a 4-hole repeat. She knows that the diamond pattern, the one that appears on the cloth she makes for feast days, requires a specific sequence of lifts and drops of the warp threads that she has never seen written down anywhere. It lives only in her hands, and in the hands of her mother before her, and her mother's mother before that. This is the thing I want to focus on now, because it is easy to underestimate. In the modern world, we think of knowledge as something that exists in books and databases and institutions, something that can be retrieved, verified, cross-referenced, something stable and transferable without direct human contact. But for most of human history, and certainly for most medieval women, knowledge did not live in books. It lived in bodies, in the practiced hands of people who had done something so many times that the knowledge was no longer conscious, no longer verbal, no longer dependent on language at all. This kind of knowledge, tacit knowledge, embodied knowledge, knowledge that cannot be fully articulated but only demonstrated, is often dismissed in modern accounts of history because it leaves very little paper trail, because it is difficult to document, to measure, to quantify, because the people who possessed it were, very often, women. But let me give you a sense of its scope. A skilled medieval weaver working with a complex pattern loom was managing a structure of considerable mathematical sophistication. A 4-shaft loom working a twill weave requires the weaver to operate 4 separate sets of warp threads in a timed sequence, maintaining consistent tension across potentially hundreds of individual threads while simultaneously passing the weft shuttle through the shed at the correct angle and with the correct beat to produce an even cloth. A more complex pattern, a compound twill, a brocade, a tablet woven band with a repeated geometric design, requires the management of far more variables simultaneously. This is not intuitive work. It is learned work built up through years of practice, stored not in explicit rules, but in the muscle memory and spatial intelligence of the weaver's body. To teach it, you must do it. You must do it in front of someone. You must let them try. You must correct the errors your eye catches before your mind has time to formulate the correction in words. Agnes teaches Joan the way Agnes was taught, the way women have always taught weaving, body to body, hand to hand, pattern to pattern. And within the patterns themselves, within the specific sequences of colors and structures and repeats that Agnes has learned from her mother and her mother's mother, there is more than just aesthetics. There is information. Some historians and textile scholars have argued carefully, with appropriate qualification, that certain medieval weaving and embroidery traditions contain encoded practical knowledge, that the symbolic repertoire of pattern and color that appears consistently across European needlework traditions was not merely decorative but functional, that it served as a memory system, a way of preserving information that could not safely or reliably be committed to writing because most of the women who needed it could not write, and the men who could write did not consider this information important enough to record. What kind of information? Herbal and medicinal knowledge, in some cases. The plants that appeared most commonly in medieval embroidery, the violet, the columbine, the peony, the rose, the lily, the strawberry, were not chosen purely for their visual appeal. They were also the plants most commonly used in medieval women's medicine. The plants that appeared in the herbals, in the household remedy books, in the practical medical knowledge that women transmitted through families and through communities. We know from the surviving documentary record that medieval women were deeply involved in the production and application of herbal medicine. The great medieval herbalists, Hildegard of Bingen chief among them, whose Physica is a comprehensive account of the medicinal properties of plants, drew on a tradition of plant knowledge that was widely distributed among women who would never write a book. Hildegard herself is worth pausing on. Born in 1098 into a noble family in the Rhineland, she entered the convent at Dissebodenberg as a child oblate and eventually founded her own community at Rupertsberg. She wrote theology and natural philosophy and music, compositions so distinctive and so sophisticated that they are still performed today, 900 years after she wrote them. Her Physica, a systematic account of the properties and medicinal uses of plants, animals, stones, and elements, is one of the most ambitious works of natural inquiry produced in the 12th century. And it is saturated with the kind of knowledge that only comes from the tradition of women healers. The empirical, accumulated, long-observed knowledge of how specific plants behave in the body. Hildegard had the rare advantage of literacy and institutional support. She could write what she knew. She could have it copied and circulated. Most of the women whose knowledge fed into the same tradition had no such advantage. They could not write it. They could only do it. They could only show it. They could only, and this is the key, stitch it. Women who grew the plants, processed them into remedies, administered them to sick children and laboring mothers and feverish elderly parents. Women who knew from generations of accumulated observation that violet leaves laid cool against a hot forehead brought some ease, that pennyroyal tea helped bring on a difficult labor, that chamomile settled a colicky infant, that valerian root steeped in wine brought sleep to a restless mind. This knowledge was not secret, but it was precarious. It depended entirely on transmission, on being passed from woman to woman, generation to generation, without being lost in the gaps, the years of war, of plague, of dislocation, of families broken apart and households disbanded. And what some scholars have suggested, tentatively, with appropriate care, but not without evidence to support the intuition, is that textile patterns served as one of the mechanisms of that transmission, that a specific flower worked repeatedly into an embroidery pattern, appearing in the same relative position, in the same colors, against the same ground cloth, was not only a design choice, it was a mnemonic, a way of saying, remember this plant. Remember its shape, the specific notched leaf, the 5-petaled flower, the way the stem branches. Remember what it does. Keep it present. Keep it in the work of your hands, so that your hands will always know it, even if your mind forgets. I want to be careful here, because this is a speculative argument, and intellectual honesty requires me to acknowledge that. We cannot prove, from the surviving evidence, that medieval embroiderers were consciously encoding medical knowledge in their patterns. The documentary trail is too thin. The interpretation is disputed. But what is not disputed is this. The plants that appear most frequently in medieval women's embroidery are overwhelmingly the plants of the domestic medical tradition. That correlation is real. Whether it is intentional or not, the effect is the same. A woman who grew up embroidering these plants, who spent hours rendering the specific shape of a violet leaf, the particular curve of a columbine flower, the way a rose hip sits on its stem, knew those plants, knew them with the deep physical detailed knowledge that comes from representing something repeatedly with your own hands. She could identify them in the field. She could recognize them by leaf shape and flower color and growth habit. She could, when the time came, find them and use them. The embroidery had taught her, not in the way a book teaches, but in the way that drawing something teaches you to see it deeply, durably, in a way that persists long after the lesson is over. Let me go a little further into this, because the relationship between medieval women's textile work and the transmission of knowledge goes beyond botany. Think about the patterns themselves. The geometric patterns that appear in medieval weaving and embroidery, the diamonds, the chevrons, the interlocking circles, the honeycomb grids, the 8-pointed stars, are not arbitrary. They are the solutions to specific mathematical problems. The 8-pointed star, for instance, which appears in medieval needlework across Europe and across centuries, requires the weaver or embroiderer to divide space into precise fractions, to manage repeat units with mathematical regularity, to think in terms of modular arithmetic even if she has no name for what she is doing. A woman who can produce a perfect 8-pointed star in needlework has internalized a spatial and mathematical competence that is, in its own terms, sophisticated. Not the same as the mathematical knowledge of a university-trained scholar, not expressed in the same language, but occupying the same intellectual territory. The ability to divide space, to manage repetition, to hold a complex structure in the mind while executing it with the hands, these are cognitive skills. They were developed and maintained in medieval women through textile work, and they were transmitted through textile work in the same hand-to-hand, body-to-body way that Agnes is transmitting them to Joan. There is another kind of knowledge that cloth carried, and it is perhaps the most poignant. The knowledge of specific lives. In many medieval families, textiles were the primary form of inheritance that passed from mother to daughter, not land, which went to sons, not money, which was controlled by husbands, not legal documents which required literacy to create or read, but cloth, the loom weights that a mother had used all her life, the drop spindle with the carved wooden whorl, the tablet woven band with the pattern no one else in the village made, the embroidery that was never finished and the needle still threaded through the last stitch, waiting. These objects carried more than practical value. They carried memory. They carried identity. They carried the accumulated presence of a specific person, her habits and her preferences and her particular way of doing things, in a form that could be held and touched and carried forward. A daughter who inherited her mother's loom weights was not just receiving useful objects. She was receiving the physical trace of thousands of hours of her mother's labor. She was inheriting a practice, a way of being in the world, a continuation. And in a world where women's lives were so thoroughly absorbed into the domestic and the private that very little of who they were survived in any public record, this kind of material inheritance was significant. It was a form of being remembered, not by the chroniclers, not by the priests, by the daughters, by the hands that continued what the hands before them had started, by the patterns that kept moving generation to generation, long after the women who first made them were gone. Joan will learn her mother's diamond pattern. She will sit at the loom in the autumn, when the harvest is in and the days shorten and the evenings stretch long, and she will work the pattern until her hands know it the way her mother's hands know it. She will make mistakes, still. The tension will go wrong on the third repeat, and the diamond will skew slightly to one side, and she will have to unweave 3 rows and begin again. Agnes will not take over. She will sit nearby and wait. Because Agnes knows something that no weaving manual could teach Joan, which is that the only way to truly learn is to feel the error in your own hands and feel the correction follow it. To know, without being told, when the shed is wrong. To feel the resistance in the warp that tells you to stop before the mistake becomes unrecoverable. This knowledge, this felt, bodily knowledge, cannot be summarized. It cannot be abbreviated. It can only be transmitted whole, through time, through repetition, through the long, slow process of a body learning to do something. And Joan will transmit it, in her turn, to her daughter, or to a younger sister, or to a girl in the village who shows aptitude and is brought into the household to learn. The pattern will move. It will change, slowly, accumulating small variations the way a language accumulates small changes across generations, a slightly different color choice when the usual dye plant is scarce, an extra half repeat added to fill a wider cloth, an adjustment made when the loom is restrung with a finer warp. But the structure will persist. The intelligence encoded in it will persist. And this is not unique to England, or to Agnes's village, or to the diamond pattern. Across medieval Europe, in the great Scandinavian weaving traditions of Norway and Sweden and Iceland, in the intricate tablet-woven borders of German convents, in the geometric embroideries of the Iberian Peninsula, the same phenomenon is at work. Patterns moving through time, carrying in their structure the accumulated decisions of generations of women who looked at what was made before them, understood its logic, and continued it. In the Norse tradition, there is a category of textile that makes the connection between cloth and language even more explicit. The rune-woven cloth. There are medieval Scandinavian accounts of textiles woven with runic inscriptions, protective formulas, blessings, words of power worked into the weave itself, invisible to anyone who did not know to look for them. Whether these textiles existed in significant numbers, or whether the accounts represent a tradition more symbolic than literal, is a matter of scholarly debate. But the idea itself is revealing. In a culture that believed in the power of the written word as a magical force, that carved runes into wood and stone and bone as protective and communicative acts, the idea of weaving language into cloth makes a kind of perfect sense. Cloth and text are not so different in the end. Both are systems of marks arranged in deliberate sequence. Both require the reader or the maker to hold a pattern in mind and execute it faithfully. Both can carry information across time and distance. The weave is a text. The text is a weave. And the women who moved between both, who understood the logic of pattern in cloth and the logic of pattern in language, were moving in a space where the two were not as separate as they might appear. The thread of knowledge, running hand to hand through generations of women who never wrote their names in any book, will persist until the looms are gone, until the cottages are gone, until the whole world of domestic textile production is swept away by the industrial machines of a later century, and the knowledge that lived in the hands dissolves quietly and almost without record into nothing. But it lasted a very long time, longer than most of the official knowledge of the medieval world, longer than the careers of most of the men whose names the history books kept. It lasted because women kept it. Because women understood, with a clarity born of long practice, that the most durable archive is not stone or parchment, but the living body of a person who knows how to do something, passing what she knows to another person who learns. And that understanding, that quiet, persistent, deeply practical wisdom about how knowledge survives when the institutions of official record fail you, is itself part of what the cloth carried, part of what it always carried. The knowledge that ordinary hands working ordinary materials in ordinary rooms can preserve what the world forgets to value until it is needed again. We have been traveling a long way tonight through the spinning rooms and the workshops and the great embroidery studios, through the private grief of widows and the quiet prayers of women at their needles, through the knowledge encoded in pattern and plant and the specific mathematics of the eight-pointed star. We have seen how cloth was wealth, and how cloth was language, and how cloth was prayer, and how cloth was the archive that women built when no other archive was available to them. And we have not yet arrived at the end, because there is one final chapter to this story. The chapter about what happened to all of this, about where the cloth went and where the women went and why so much of both was lost. About the scholars and archaeologists and textile historians who are, right now in the present, trying to recover what the centuries have quietly taken. About what it means to remember what history forgot. And about the strange and beautiful fact that some of it, against all odds, survived. And that is the world we are moving into now. The world of what was kept, what was lost, and what the long centuries quietly took. When we arrive there, we will be close to rest. There is a room in a great English country house. Let us say it is somewhere in the west of England, in a house that has stood since the 15th century and been added to and altered and partially demolished and rebuilt in the centuries since. The room is not on the public tour. It is not one of the rooms where the velvet ropes guide visitors past the painted portraits and the polished silver and the four-poster beds made up with silk coverlets. It is a small room at the back of the house. A storage room, really. Low ceiling, stone floor, a single high window that lets in a thin bar of gray northern light. And in this room, on shelves lined with cedar, folded in linen, wrapped in tissue that has yellowed at the edges, there are textiles. Not many. 15, perhaps 20 pieces. A cope, or rather the fragments of what was once a cope, cut up at some point in the 16th century when the wearing of elaborate vestments became dangerous, became evidence of the wrong kind of faith in a country where the wrong kind of faith could cost you your life. The cope was cut into panels. The panels were wrapped and put away. And for 450 years they stayed there, in the dark, in the cedar smell, in the fold. This is one of the stories of what happened to medieval English textile. Not all of it ends this way. Not all of it survives in fragments in the backs of houses that happen to remain Catholic through the worst of the Reformation's violence against material culture. Most of it does not survive at all. The Reformation, the religious upheaval that swept through England beginning in the 1530s under Henry VIII, and that continued in waves of increasing iconoclastic intensity through the reigns of his children, was, among many other things, an act of mass textile destruction. The monasteries were dissolved. The great abbeys that had been the centers of English religious life for 500 years, Glastonbury, Fountains, Rievaulx, Tintern, hundreds of others, were stripped of their wealth and their contents and largely demolished. Let me give you a picture of what the dissolution looked like from the inside. In the autumn of 1539, the nuns of a convent in the English Midlands, let us say it is a Benedictine house, one of the smaller ones, with a community of 12 sisters, receive the commissioners. The commissioners are agents of the crown. They have come to inventory the house's possessions and arrange for their transfer to the king. The abbess has known they were coming for months. She has been making decisions quietly and without fuss about what can be saved and what cannot. The house owns a cope, not the finest in England, but good work, well made, perhaps 100 years old, stitched by her predecessor's predecessor in a workshop that no longer exists. The abbess has decided the cope will not go to the commissioners. She has folded it herself in the particular careful way that she learned as a novice from the sister who was sacrist before her. Fold against the nap, never against the grain, the embroidered panels facing inward, wrapped in clean linen. She has placed it in a wooden box. She has given the box to the family of one of the sisters, a Catholic family in the next county, who can be trusted, who have agreed to keep it without being told too much about what they are keeping. The cope will sit in a chest in that family's house for 30 years, then 50, then 100. It will move when the family moves and be rewrapped when the linen degrades and be occasionally unwrapped by a daughter or a granddaughter who knows only that it is old and that it is kept and that it is not to be spoken of outside the house. Until, eventually, the world changes enough that keeping it safely and keeping it hidden are no longer the same thing. The abbess does not know any of that in the autumn of 1539. She only knows that the work should not be destroyed. that the years of labor it represents, the skill and the faith and the specific knowledge of the women who stitched it, deserve better than the bonfire. She does what she can. She folds the cloth. She gives it to people she trusts. And she goes out to meet the commissioners. Their vestments and altar cloths and embroidered hangings, accumulated over centuries of devotion and skilled labor, were dispersed. Some were sold. Some were melted down when the embroidery was rich enough in metal thread to make it worth the burning. Some were simply discarded, left to rot in the empty buildings, or burned in bonfires, or torn up for rags. The scale of the loss is difficult to fully comprehend. We know what was lost partly because of the inventories made before the dissolution, detailed lists of the contents of monastic treasuries that read, if you pay attention to them, like catalogs of objects that will shortly cease to exist. A cope of red velvet with gold embroidery depicting the life of Saint Thomas. An altar frontal of white silk with the Annunciation in raised work. 2 matching dalmatics of blue brocade given by the Lady Alice in the year of her husband's death. These were real objects, made by real hands, over real years. And then they were gone. The woman who made that cope, who sat for months or years stitching the life of St. Thomas in gold thread on red velvet, who knew every stitch of it the way you know the face of someone you have loved for a long time, she was gone too, long before the dissolution. But her work had outlasted her, until it didn't. I want to hold that thought for a moment, because I think it matters. One of the things that makes the destruction of the Reformation so painful when you come at it from the perspective of medieval women's textile work is not only the aesthetic loss, it is the severing. The cutting of a thread that had been running continuously for centuries. The women who embroidered the great English ecclesiastical vestments of the 13th and 14th centuries, the Opus Anglicanum tradition, the finest of its kind in Europe, were part of a living tradition. They had learned from women before them. Their knowledge was embodied, transmitted, alive. And when the objects of that tradition were destroyed, something else was destroyed alongside them. Not immediately, not all at once, but the tradition of making those objects, the knowledge of how to produce them, the community of skilled practitioners who had sustained that knowledge, the institutional context of convents and cathedral workshops that had provided the framework for the work, all of that was severed. A thread was cut, and it was not only the Reformation. The Reformation was, in some ways, the most dramatic and visible assault on medieval textile culture. But there were other forces at work across the medieval and early modern centuries that quietly and consistently diminished the world of women's textile work. The guild freedoms that some women had won, the masterships, the independent contracts, the right to train apprentices in their own names, were not permanent. From the 14th century onward, guild regulations in many cities began to tighten, and the openings that women had occupied were gradually, steadily closed. The silk women of London, those independent, organized, economically formidable women we met earlier in our journey, petitioned Parliament in 1455 against foreign imports and won some protection. But by the late 15th century, the structure of the silk trade was changing. Men were moving into the higher status and higher paid aspects of the business. Women were being pushed toward the lower paid, lower status work. The window of relative independence that the silk women had occupied was narrowing. This is a pattern that repeats across the history of women and skilled work with a consistency that makes it recognizable at any point in the timeline. When a craft or trade is new or marginal or not yet seen as particularly lucrative, women are often found working in it freely. When it becomes profitable, when it attracts the attention of male institutions and male investment, the women tend to be edged out. There were exceptions, as there always were in the medieval world. But the direction was consistent and the pattern was real. And the textile trades of late medieval and early modern Europe followed this pattern with depressing fidelity. The industrial-scale weaving operations that developed in the great cloth-producing cities of the 15th and 16th centuries, the capitalist proto-factories, as some historians have called them, where dozens of workers labored under a single merchant's roof producing cloth for the international market, employed women but not as masters. Not as the independent agents that Agnes might have been in her village or that Isabella was in her London workshop. As workers, paid by the piece, without the protections of guild membership, without the legal standing of the femme sole, without the traditional rights of the craft worker embedded in a community of practice. Just hand. Fast, skilled, cheap hands. In some of the great Flemish weaving cities, the records show women workers living in conditions that look uncomfortably like the early industrial factory system that historians usually locate 2 centuries later. Crowded workrooms. Long hours. Wages set by the employer with no recourse for negotiation. The products of their labor attributed in the commercial record to the merchant who sold them. Their names nowhere. This is not the whole story. There were still women in the late medieval period operating independently, running workshops, holding guild memberships, exercising real economic agency in the textile trades. The story is never simple, but the direction of change was clear, and it pointed away from the relative freedom that the earlier medieval period had, in some places and for some women, made possible. And then came the 17th and 18th centuries, and the slow, grinding process that historians call the industrialization of textile production, the movement of cloth making out of the home and the small workshop and into the factory, the replacement of hand tools by machines, the transformation of a skilled domestic craft into waged industrial labor. This process, which reached its fullest expression in the late 18th and early 19th centuries with the invention of the power loom and the spinning jenny and the mechanized factory, destroyed something that had existed for thousands of years. It destroyed the domestic textile economy. But before the factories came, there was another quieter transformation at work. The enclosure of common land across England and much of northern Europe, which accelerated through the 17th and 18th centuries, removed from rural families the grazing rights that had sustained the keeping of sheep. Without sheep, there was no wool. Without wool, the domestic spinning that had structured women's daily lives for centuries became economically marginal before the factories even arrived to finish the job. The spindle that had been an economic necessity became a curiosity. The loom that had stood in the cottage or the back room of the workshop became a piece of furniture, then an obstacle, then something sold for firewood or left to rot in a barn. The women who had spun and woven did not immediately stop knowing how. The knowledge was still in their hands, but there was less and less reason to use it, less and less context in which it was recognized as valuable. And then the factories did arrive. The world in which spinning and weaving and needlework were the central, constant, economically significant occupations of a significant portion of the female population was over. The world in which the knowledge Agnes had, the embodied, accumulated, hand-transmitted knowledge of fiber and pattern and color and structure, was something to be valued and passed on, was over. After the factories came, it was not worth passing on in the same way. The machines did it faster and cheaper. The hand-spun thread and the hand-woven cloth could not compete. And so the spinning stopped. The looms went quiet. The patterns, the diamond patterns, the 8-pointed stars, the specific color combinations that had moved hand to hand through generations of women were not taught to the next generation because the next generation would buy their cloth from the mill. They dissolved, not dramatically, not in a bonfire, just quietly in the gap between one generation and the next, when the thing that had always been taught was not taught because the world had moved on and there was no longer a reason compelling enough to justify the time. And the world told itself a story about this. The story said what was lost was not important. It was domestic work, women's work, repetitive, low-skilled, the kind of thing any woman with nimble fingers could do. The factories did it better anyways. The story was wrong, but it was told with enough confidence and enough consistency that it became for a long time the accepted version. And with the patterns went the knowledge they carried. The botanical knowledge embedded in the embroidery flowers. The mathematical knowledge implicit in the weaving structures. The social knowledge of what colors meant, what designs signified, how cloth communicated the things that words did not say. The community knowledge of who knew what and where to go when the dye was wrong or the weave was unraveling and you needed someone who had seen the problem before. All of it gone into the silence of the unrecorded. What remained were the objects. Not all of them, not most of them, but some. I want to pause here for a moment and say something that has been sitting at the edge of everything we have explored tonight. The loss of medieval women's textile culture is not only an aesthetic loss, it is not only an economic loss. It is an epistemic loss. A loss of knowledge, a loss of ways of knowing, ways of reading the material world, of storing information in the body, of transmitting understanding through the hands rather than the page. that were real and sophisticated and valuable, and that the official record never thought to preserve because the official record did not consider them important. We lost them the way we lose things that no one thought to keep. Not in catastrophe. In the ordinary neglect of the undocumented. And yet, some of it survived. Not through the official record. Not through the institutions of learning and preservation that were, for most of the medieval period, inaccessible to the women whose knowledge we are mourning. It survived through exactly the mechanisms we have been tracking all night. Through transmission. Through objects. Through the sheer durability of things that were made carefully and kept faithfully, and sometimes just by the accident of finding themselves in a corner of a storage room in a house that happened not to burn down, endured. Let me tell you about some of what survived. The Sion Cope, which we mentioned earlier, now lives in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. It was made around 1300, which means it is approximately 725 years old. It measures about 3 meters across. Its linen ground is almost entirely covered in silk embroidery depicting seraphim, apostles, and scenes from the Passion of Christ. The technical quality of the stitching is by any measure extraordinary. The Sion Cope survived the Reformation because it was in the possession of the Brigittine nuns of Sion Abbey who were exiled from England in 1539 when their monastery was dissolved, and who took the cope with them to the continent, where it remained in the keeping of the community for 3 centuries. When the community eventually returned to England in the 19th century, they brought it back. And eventually it came to the Victoria and Albert, where it now rests in a climate-controlled case, and where thousands of people walk past it every year without knowing what it cost to keep it alive. The community of women who protected it. The centuries of careful folding and unfolding. The exile. The return. The cope survived because women carried it. That is not a metaphor. That is the literal history of how it got from 1300 to the present day. There are other survivors. Fragments excavated from medieval burial sites. Small pieces of textile that were buried with their owners, and that the anaerobic conditions of the soil preserved for archaeologists to find. These fragments are often tiny. A square of silk no bigger than a playing card. A few inches of woven ribbon. A button made of wrapped thread. But even these small fragments carry information. The archaeologists and textile historians who study them can determine from a piece of cloth the size of a postage stamp, the type of fiber, the spinning direction, the weave structure, the count of threads per centimeter. They can, in some cases, identify the region of production, the approximate date, the relative wealth of the person buried with it. From a single fragment of fabric, they can reconstruct something of a life. This is the work of textile archaeology, and it is among the most painstaking and the most quietly heroic scholarship I know of, because it requires a kind of attention, a willingness to look closely at small things, to take seriously the evidence of the material world, to believe that a piece of cloth the size of a thumbnail is worth hours of careful examination. That is itself a form of respect. a form of the same respect we have been practicing all night. The respect of taking seriously what the official record dismissed, of believing that the things women made are worth understanding, of asking not just what the cloth is, but who made it and what they knew and what they were trying to say. There are also the textiles that survived in plain sight, pieces that were never lost, never hidden, never dramatically rescued from destruction because they were simply never considered important enough to bother destroying. The domestic embroideries, the household linens, the ordinary working women's cloth that accumulated in chests and cupboards across Europe and was eventually dispersed through estate sales and charity auctions and the casual dispersal of objects that no one particularly valued. Some of these pieces ended up in the hands of collectors who did value them, who recognized in a 17th century crewel work coverlet or an 18th century sampler the trace of something older, a tradition reaching back through the Renaissance to the medieval centuries, a way of working that connected the woman who made the sampler to the women who had made the great embroideries of the Middle Ages through an unbroken line of hand-transmitted practice. The samplers are particularly interesting, actually. The sampler, the practice piece in which a girl or young woman worked rows of stitches and patterns and alphabets as a demonstration of her needle skills, is often dismissed as a charming but minor domestic artifact. A school exercise. A way of keeping girls quietly occupied. But look at what is actually in a sampler. The alphabet, literacy encoded in needlework for girls who might not have had formal schooling. The numbers, mathematical notation in thread. The patterns, geometric structures that carry the same mathematical intelligence as the great medieval weaving traditions, transmitted now in embroidery in a different medium but recognizably descended from the same source. The sampler is not a minor thing. It is a condensed archive. It contains in concentrated form the knowledge that a girl needed to enter into the tradition of textile work, and in the alphabets and numbers, the basic tools of literacy that she might use to navigate the wider world. The sampler was a threshold object, a document of a girl standing at the edge of her adult competence, demonstrating what she had received and what she was prepared to carry forward. And in the stitches, in the specific patterns chosen for each sampler, which often reflected regional traditions and family practices, you can sometimes see the faint echo of something much older. A diamond pattern that is not so different from the one Agnes taught Joan. A border of stylized flowers that carries in its choice of species the trace of a botanical knowledge older than any book the girl who made it had ever read. The thread is thinner here, the connection more attenuated, but it has not entirely broken. That persistence, that stubborn, improbable, against all odds continuity of women's textile knowledge from the medieval centuries to the present is one of the things I find most extraordinary about this whole long story, because it was never sustained by institutions, never protected by law, never funded by patrons or preserved in archives. It was sustained by women, by the decision made generation after generation to teach the next person what they knew, to put the needle in a child's hand and show her the first stitch, to pass the pattern on, even when the world had stopped valuing the thing being passed, even when the knowledge was no longer economically necessary, even when it had been reclassified by the world that did the classifying as mere hobby, mere pastime, mere decoration. Women kept passing it, not because they were told to, because they understood at some level that did not require articulation, that the passing mattered, that the thread should not be allowed to break. And so we arrive, finally, at the place I have been walking toward since the very beginning of tonight. The place where the story becomes not about the past, but about now. About what we do with what survived. About why any of this matters. And about what the women with the spindles and the needles have to say to us across the long silence of the centuries, if we are willing to listen. Before we go there, I want to return to a figure I mentioned much earlier in our journey. A figure who has been waiting at the edge of the story all night. Penelope. Not the conservator I am about to introduce you to. The other Penelope. The first Penelope. Homer's Penelope. She is sitting at her great loom in the hall of the palace of Ithaca. Her husband Odysseus has been gone for 20 years, 10 years of war at Troy, and 10 more of wandering, blown by gods and monsters from one disaster to the next. She does not know if he is alive. She does not know if he is coming back. What she knows is this: the suitors who have filled her hall, eating through her household stores, and competing for her hand in the certainty that Odysseus is dead, have told her she must choose one of them. She has told them she will choose when she has finished weaving her father-in-law's burial shroud. It would be impious to choose a new husband before the old one has been mourned. They cannot argue with that. And so she weaves. All day she weaves. And every night, in secret, she unravels what she has woven. In the morning, she is no closer to finished than she was the day before. For 3 years, according to the story, she maintains this fiction. 3 years of weaving and unweaving. 3 years of performing the obedient domestic woman with the shuttle and the thread, while quietly and methodically and with impressive nerve preserving her own freedom. The loom in her hands is a delaying tactic, a political strategy, a form of resistance so elegant and so deniable that it is only undone when one of her own servants betrays the secret. And I think about Penelope a great deal when I think about the medieval women we have been traveling with tonight. Because what Penelope understands, what she demonstrates with her loom and her unraveling thread, is the same thing that the silkwomen of London understood, that Mary Queen of Scots understood with her coded embroideries, that Eleanor understood when she put her own face in the Virgin's expression. The needle and the thread in the right hands are never only what they appear to be. They are always also a strategy, always also a form of intelligence operating in a space that has been declared trivial, domestic, unimportant. always also a way of doing something significant in the only register available. Penelope does not stop the suitors with a sword. She stops them with cloth. She does not refuse them openly, because open refusal in a world of violent men is dangerous. She refuses them with thread, patiently, repeatedly, without drama, and she holds the line for 3 years. I think of her as the patron of all the unnamed women who made the beautiful and the meaningful and the politically significant things that history forgot to record. She is the first in a long line, and that line, as we have seen tonight, runs all the way to the present. Now, the present. There is a woman. Let us call her by her own name this time, because she is a real person, not a fiction. Her name is Penelope. Not the Penelope of Homer, though we will come back to her in a moment, because we cannot talk about women and weaving without coming back to her. This Penelope is a textile conservator working in a museum in the present day. Her job is to take care of old cloth, to examine it, stabilize it, clean it when necessary, repair it when possible, and above all to understand it, to know what it is made of, and how it was made, and what it has been through in the centuries since it was made. She works with tools that Agnes could not have imagined. A microscope that can distinguish between linen and hemp fibers at a magnification of 400 times. A spectrometer that can identify the dye compounds in a fragment of medieval cloth without touching it, without taking a sample, without disturbing so much as a thread. Digital imaging systems that can reveal in the underdrawing of an embroidery the original design lines that the embroiderer was working from, lines that have been invisible for 700 years, hidden beneath layers of silk stitching. She uses these tools with care and with patience and with a quality of attention that I think Agnes would have recognized. The quality of attention that a skilled textile worker brings to her work. The willingness to look at something small for a very long time. To see what is actually there, not what you expect to see. To trust the evidence of the material. Penelope's work is one of the places where the thread connects. Where the knowledge of the present, scientific, technical, institutional, reaches back toward the knowledge of the past and finds it, holds it, tries to understand it, and through that understanding keeps it alive in a new form. Because the medieval textiles that survive in museum collections are not simply beautiful objects to be displayed behind glass. They are documents. They are archives. They contain information about the women who made them, about their skills, their techniques, their choices, their materials, their knowledge that can still be read if you know how to read it. If you are willing to spend the time, if you believe it is worth reading, the great textile historians and archaeologists of the 20th and 21st centuries, women like Marta Hoffman, who spent decades reconstructing the textile traditions of medieval Norway, and Elizabeth Crofut, who spent her career analyzing the textiles excavated from medieval sites across England, did believe it was worth reading. They brought to their work the same quality of sustained, serious, detailed attention that the makers had brought to the making. They sat with the fragments. They counted the thread counts. They traced the weave structures. They reconstructed, stitch by stitch and thread by thread, the techniques that the medieval women had known. And in doing so, they recovered something. Not everything. Not the names of the makers. Not the full range of the knowledge that was lost in the gap between the medieval centuries and the industrial age. But something. The broad outlines of a tradition. The evidence of its sophistication. The proof that the women who worked in it were skilled and intelligent and making choices and building knowledge across centuries of sustained practice. The proof that they were there. And here is the thing about proof. Proof changes what is possible to say. Before the textile historians did their work, it was possible, easy, common, to say that medieval women's textile work was simple, domestic, minor, not really history. After the work, that claim is not sustainable. The evidence is there in the thread counts and the dye analysis and the weave structures and the embroidery techniques, saying clearly, this was not simple. This was not minor. The people who made this were serious and skilled and doing something worth understanding. You cannot unsay that. You cannot unsee it. And that is why the work of recovery mattered, not only for the past, for the present. Because how we understand the past shapes what we believe is possible in the present. If we believe that medieval women lived small, domestic, intellectually limited lives, then we are implicitly constructing a story about what women are for. If we understand that medieval women carried major industries, encoded knowledge in their work, exercised economic and political power through cloth, built traditions that outlasted kingdoms, then we are constructing a different story. A truer story. A story in which women's contributions to the material and intellectual life of the past are not footnotes, not supplements, not the background against which the real history happened, but the history itself. The thread itself, running through everything, invisible, often, essential, always. I want to stay with this thought for a moment because I think it is the real argument of everything we have done tonight. We often talk about representation in history, about whose stories get told, whose names are in the books, whose portraits hang in the galleries. And that conversation is important. But there is something even more fundamental than representation. There is the question of what we count as history in the first place. What kinds of activity we decide to look at. What kinds of evidence we decide to take seriously. The great innovations of medieval textile work, the development of the horizontal treadle loom, the refinement of the fulling process, the extraordinary technical achievements of opus Anglicanum, these were innovations. They changed what was possible. They required intelligence and skill and sustained creative effort to develop. but they are not usually discussed in the same breath as the great inventions of the medieval period. They are not usually listed alongside the development of the mechanical clock, or the stirrup, or the Gothic arch. And the reason they are not is not that they were less significant. It is that they were made primarily by women. That the people who developed and refined and practiced these techniques were mostly female. And the categories that we inherited for deciding what counted as a significant historical development were built around the assumption that significant things were done by men. That is a problem. Not primarily a political problem, though it is that too. A historical problem. A problem of accuracy. Because if you exclude from your account of medieval technical development the contributions made by women in the textile trades, you are not writing a partial account. You are writing a wrong account. You're leaving out some of the most important engineering and chemical and organizational achievements of the period. And a wrong account of the past produces wrong ideas about the present. It produces a world in which certain kinds of work, careful, patient, material, domestic, handed down through bodies rather than books, are systematically undervalued. Because they have always been undervalued. Because the record said so. Except that the record was wrong. That is what tonight has been about. Not correcting the record in some abstract or political sense, but actually looking at what was there, at what women made, at what their hands knew, at what they built and kept and passed on in the long centuries before anyone thought to ask, and finding in the looking something extraordinary, not the story we expected, the true one. We are almost at the end of our journey now. We have traveled a long way together tonight. From Marjorie spinning before dawn in a cold cottage, to Isabella negotiating silk prices in the city, to the anonymous hands that stitched the Bayeux tapestry by candlelight, to Mary Queen of Scots sending political messages in silk thread from her prison room, to Eleanor praying with her needle over her husband's dying, to Agnes teaching Joan the diamond pattern that would outlast them both. I want to pause and hold each of those women in the mind for just a moment longer. Marjorie, whose name we invented but whose life was real, repeated across 1,000 English villages in 1,000 cold mornings. She did not think of herself as making history. She was making yarn. She was keeping her family clothed and warm and alive. But in the accumulated daily uninterrupted fact of her labor, she was also sustaining the economic structure that the whole medieval world depended on. And Isabella in her London workshop, who understood the politics of cloth as well as any merchant in the city, better perhaps because she understood it not just as commerce but as language. Who knew that when a merchant's wife walked through her door, she was not only buying silk, she was buying the thing silk said about her. The anonymous embroiderers of the Bayeux tapestry, whose names the Norman commissioners never thought to record, who stitched into the borders of the official narrative the strange and quietly resistant images that still puzzle scholars today, who may have been saying something in the only medium available to them, about what it felt like to stitch the victory of people who had conquered their country. We cannot know, but we can ask. Mary, in her cold rooms at Tutbury and Chartley and Fotheringhay, who turned captivity into a campaign and silk thread into a weapon, and the most feminine of occupations into a sustained and remarkably patient act of political resistance that lasted nearly 2 decades. Eleanor, whose name we also invented, who put her own face into the Virgin's eyes at the moment of greatest fear, and made out of that small private gesture a prayer that was also a portrait. That was also a record. That was also, in its modest and unwitnessed way, a work of art. And Agnes and Joan and the diamond pattern that moved between their hands in the autumn of a year we cannot now recover, containing in its geometry the trace of all the hands before them and all the hands that would come after. These women were not marginal. They were not the background. They were not doing something minor in a corner while the real history happened somewhere more important. They were the history. They were the labor and the skill and the knowledge and the beauty and the faith and the grief and the love that the medieval world was built from. And the fact that they are not in most of the books is not evidence of their insignificance. It is evidence of the books. We have moved through workshops and convents, through guild halls and storage rooms, through the fire of the Reformation and the slow dissolution of the industrial age. And now we are here, in the quiet, at the end of the thread. Let me tell you one last thing. The word text comes from the Latin texere, to weave. A text is a woven thing. The pages of a book are, in their deepest etymology, cloth. The words on them are threads. The act of writing is, in the oldest stratum of metaphor that our language contains, an act of weaving. And the act of reading, the act of following a thread through a structure, finding the pattern, understanding how it was made, that is weaving too. In a sense, that is more than metaphorical. The women we have been talking about tonight were text writers before there was a word for it. They were making structured, meaningful, durable things that carried information across time. They were doing it with the materials and the tools that were available to them. And they were doing it, in many cases, with a sophistication and an intelligence that the official record never bothered to describe. What changed in the centuries since is not the sophistication, it is the record. We got better at recording some things. We got better at preserving certain kinds of knowledge, but we did not get better at valuing the kind of knowledge that lived in hands, the kind that could not be written down, the kind that had to be felt and practiced and passed on in the only way it could be passed on, through the physical presence of a skilled person showing another person how to do something. That knowledge is still with us. Diminished, fragmented, harder to find than it once was, but not gone. There are women today, and men and people of all kinds, who spin, who weave on hand looms, who embroider with the same techniques, in some cases, that the women of the medieval workshops used, who are working in their own way to keep the thread from breaking. They are continuing something that is older than almost any other human practice, something that stretches back past the medieval centuries, past Rome and Greece, past the earliest written records, to the moment when the first human being twisted fiber into thread and understood what could be done with it. That continuity is real, and it matters, not as nostalgia, not as a retreat from the present, but as a reminder that the most important things, the things that hold human life together, that clothe it and warm it and carry it forward, have often been made quietly by ordinary hands in ordinary rooms, by people whose names the record did not keep, and that the forgetting of those people and the slow recovery of their work is itself part of what it means to do history. To try to understand not only the official story, but the cloth underneath it, the warp threads that held the whole structure together, the hands that never stopped working. Tonight, I want you to carry something with you into sleep. Not a fact, not a date or a name or an event, just an image. A woman in a room. It could be any room, any century, any country. She has a spindle or a needle or a shuttle, and she is working. Her hands move in the old way, the way that goes back further than memory. She is making something that will outlast her, or that will not outlast her, that will wear out and be discarded before she is old. It does not matter. She is making it anyway, with full attention, with the knowledge that was given to her, with the intention of passing it on. She is not in the history books. She is not in the chronicles or the court records or the painted portraits. But she is here. She has always been here. In the cloth, in the pattern, in the thread that runs unbroken through the whole long length of human time. Thank you for spending this night with me and with the women who made these things. If tonight's journey has meant something to you, please subscribe to Dreamy Ages. There are many more rooms to enter, many more forgotten hands to remember, and I will be here when you are ready. Until then, let the old rooms grow quiet around you. Let the patterns dissolve into sleep. Let your hands rest. They have done enough today. Sleep